And now the hard work to repair the damage has to begin. In November, the country voted, the American people voted to take the country in a different direction. I served alongside President-elect Biden for decades in the Senate and on the Judiciary Committee. He understands the unique role of the Justice Department. I am convinced that President-elect Biden would never rely on the Justice Department to do his personal bidding the way President Trump has. No matter who the President-elect chooses as the next Attorney General, I have no doubt that he or she will operate with the utmost integrity, guided by the law and the facts. So as we begin to close the book on this dark chapter in our nation's history, with a pandemic that has left more than 310,000 Americans dead, with the outgoing president's relentless attacks on the foundations of our democracy, I'm hopeful that brighter days are ahead. I'm confident that we will again have government leaders focused on following the evidence and adhering to the rule of law, pursuing equal justice, acting in the best interests of the nation, all of us, not just of one person. The thousands of hardworking and dedicated men and women of the Justice Department deserve at least this much, as do all Americans. Indeed, the founding principles and traditions of the 230-year-old office of the Attorney General demand nothing less. Madam President, as there's nobody else seeking the floor right at the moment, let me just mention a personal observation. As a young law student at Georgetown, I was invited along with 3 or 4 other law students from different leading law schools. We were invited to meet with the then Attorney General. We were probably diverse in our opinions, but we were asked to be there because of our standing, academic standing in our classes. And I remember sitting there with the Attorney General, and like it was yesterday. He talked about the meaning of the Department of Justice and how we have to represent the whole country, how it has to stand for the law. And one of us, and it may have been a young law student from Vermont, asked the question, well, what if you had somebody who had broken the law, but they were close to the president? What would you do? He said, if they'd broken the law, we would prosecute them. He said, I might not be welcome at family gatherings for a while thereafter. He said that because that Attorney General was Robert Kennedy. His brother was the president. And actually that happened. A man very close and important to his brother's election as president. The matter was brought to Attorney General Kennedy, recommending his prosecution. And of course, he was prosecuted. That's what an Attorney General should be. I declined his offer to join the Department of Justice because my wife, Marcel, and I wanted to go back home to Vermont. And I thought probably I'd never be involved with law enforcement after that. A few years later, I was the state's attorney of a county that had about a quarter of our population. And I was quickly faced with prosecuting leading Democrats and leading Republicans in our state. I remember Attorney General Kennedy said, the prosecutor has to represent everybody. The prosecutor has to uphold the law. and I prosecuted those people. I've never regretted that. I've always been supportive of attorneys general who uphold the law. Uphold the law because they're there to represent all Americans. And Madam President, as long as I'm in the Senate, I will always speak out when an attorney general does not do the job they're supposed to do, and when the attorney general does not apply the law equally and fairly to all people, applying the law, not politics. Madam President, I yield the floor and suggest you have to quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask dispense with the unanimous consent to dispense the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Another Congress is ending, a president's term is coming to a close, and yet, again, this Senate, the President, Washington, has failed to address the pension crisis facing far too many workers. The American people are tired of waiting for us to do our jobs. They're tired of being told by Leader McConnell and President Trump, you're on your own. The House has twice passed legislation that would address the multi-employer pension crisis, but under Leader McConnell, the Senate has failed these Americans. In the White House, I don't even think President Trump knows, much less cares, about the multi-employer pension crisis. We ought to be working to support all the workers and retirees around the country whose lives have been upended during this pandemic, and that should include more than 1 million Americans in the multi-employer pension system. After a lifetime of hard work and service to our country, they've already waited too long for Congress to do its job and to protect the benefits that these workers earned through a lifetime of work. We've been trying to solve this crisis for years. The House has done its part. They've passed a solution multiple times now. Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Senate, is deliberately blocking it, and his party and his members and the president support him in blocking it. Senate Republicans said this week that after a year of negotiating and talking to stakeholders, they've made substantial progress towards a common ground. But then they released legislation that walked back all the progress that we had made. It's a betrayal of the people whom we serve. This pension crisis affects retirees across the country of all political parties. Unions, the chambers of commerce, small businesses, pretty much all agree we need to get this done. Unfortunately, Mitch McConnell doesn't. There's no excuse for Senate Republicans standing in the way of a deal. This only gets more expensive the longer we wait. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to solve this. We've waited year after year after year while Senator McConnell has simply twiddled his thumbs. The public health crisis, the economic crisis we're facing right now are not happening in a vacuum. The damage caused by the pandemic and the president's failures is layered on top of all the existing problems in our country, including the crisis facing these workers and retirees who are in danger of losing the retirement security that they earned. I always emphasize that they earned. These pension plans were already in danger. Now the economic emergency we're in has put them in a worse position. We're talking about retirees who did everything right. They spent years working on assembly lines, bagging groceries, driving trucks, working construction, working hard to keep our economy going. Money came out of every single one of their paychecks to earn these pensions. People in this town don't understand the collective bargaining process. People give up dollars today at the bargaining table for the promise of a secure retirement with good health care and a pension. Think about that. These workers sitting around a table with their representatives, collectively bargaining with management, saying, okay, we'll take a smaller salary, we'll take a smaller wage today, a smaller hourly wage, so that money will go into pensions and health care. Yet, because this Senate won't act, because Senator McConnell never calls us together to do this, to take care of workers, these workers are losing parts of their pension. This crisis in my state affects thousands of people. It affects the massive Central States Pension Plan, Bricklayers Local 7, Iron Workers Local 17, the Ohio Southwest Carpenters Pension Plan, the Bakers and Confectionery Pension Plan, and on and on and on and on. And it touches every single state, from Mississippi to Ohio, from Massachusetts to California, every state in this country. We're talking about our entire multi-employer pension system. If it collapses, it won't just be retirees who will feel the pain. Current workers will be stuck paying into pensions they'll never receive. Small businesses will be left drowning in pension liability they can't afford to pay. Small businesses have been in the family for generations, and there are a number of them in Ohio, businesses people in this body will have heard of that make products they use. Small businesses, family businesses could face bankruptcy. Workers will lose jobs as businesses forced to close up shop. And the effect will ripple across the entire economy at a time when we can least afford it. We knew before this pandemic this system could collapse. It's only more likely to fail now. That's why the Senate must act. We know who will get hurt the most if the system collapses. It's not Wall Street. It's never Wall Street when it comes to Senator McConnell. It's never Wall Street that gets hurt. It's small businesses, it's their employees, it's the people who make this country work. Their lives, their livelihoods will be devastated if Congress fails again. Workers and retirees in Ohio and around the country have rallied in the name of Butch Lewis, a great Ohioan who helped lead this fight, who passed away far too soon fighting for his fellow workers. His widow, Rita, has become my friend. She's continued this fight. She's become a leader and an inspiration to so many of us. I brought her to the State of the Union twice. She's made the trip here over and over, along with so many workers and retirees. They've traveled all day and all night on buses. They've rallied outside in the bitter cold of the winter and the hot D.C. summers. And still, their government, their majority leader, their president, refused to listen and turn their backs. Rita once told me that retirees and workers struggling with this crisis, she said, they feel like they are invisible. They feel like they are invisible. To far too many people in Washington, they are invisible. They're not invisible to me. They're not invisible to Speaker Pelosi or Leaders Schumer or Senator Smith or Senator Peters or Chairman Neal or Chairman Scott, all of whom have joined with me in fighting on this, and so many other colleagues who've worked for years now trying to find a bipartisan solution. We don't give up until these retirees' benefits are protected. It comes back, Madam President, to the dignity of work. When work has dignity, we honor the security, the retirement security that people earned. Again, sitting down at the bargaining table, workers give up wages today to put money aside, matched by employers generally, for the future, for this retirement. So they made the right decision back then, but we're not making the right decision right now as their pensions are in trouble. I urge my colleagues in this body, colleagues with health care and retirement plans paid for by taxpayers, all of us who are in this body, to think about these retired workers and the stress they're facing. Join us, let's pass a solution that honors their work. Let's honor their work. Let's honor the dignity of work. Let's, Madam President, keep our promise to them. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vacated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Isn't it interesting? Here we are, Christmas week, the weekend before Christmas. And we are talking about needing targeted relief. Now, the Democrats have spent their year pushing off targeted relief. They've had their opportunities to tackle this issue. They have chosen not to tackle this issue. They have chosen to play politics with this issue. And so on the Saturday before Christmas, when we should be home and visiting with our families, I would love to be home with my children and grandchildren, but here we are. And I honestly have decided that my friends across the aisle must not be paying very much attention to what is going on back home. Because in Tennessee, the people back home are very frustrated with them. They seem out of touch. They seem to not care. They don't seem to be interested in taking care of people with needs that have been adversely impacted by COVID. They seem to be more interested in taking care of themselves. This year really did not have to end this way. As I said, our friends across the aisle could have addressed this back in the summer. In July, the minority leader and his colleagues in the House immediately rejected our HEALS Act proposal in favor of Speaker Pelosi's $3 trillion wish list that they had dubbed the HEROES Act. You know, they always give such nice-sounding names to things. Who could be against this? But they rejected the HEALS Act proposal that was targeted, specific relief, and went with the HEROES Act. It was a very partisan bill. It contained provisions that had nothing to do with COVID relief, and that the House and the Senate Democrats knew were going to be stumbling blocks. Their bill was filled with things, nothing to do with taking care of people, but oh, they had it full of poison pills. Why? They wanted to make certain that relief didn't come. They wanted to make certain that they could run this out, get it past the election, and then we find out from Speaker Pelosi herself and from some of the other Democrats that are in leadership. Why did they do this? Oh, politics. It helped them with the election, they thought. So they used people as pawns. Now, that HEROES Act that they continue to like to talk about, it would have undermined state voter ID requirements, and it gave the green light to some ballot harvesting schemes. Isn't it interesting? What are we talking about? What are Tennesseans talking about so much? Yep, you got it. Ballots, elections, some of the harvesting, some of the tricks. Now, those items they had in the HEROES Act, they didn't have anything to do with targeted relief. But you know what? They were willing to play these games and to withhold that relief. Why? They thought that it helped them in winning an election. So that was all back in July. Then comes September 10th. the Democrats again blocked forward motion on another targeted bill, throwing a procedural hurdle in between the American people and desperately needed relief. They got by with it in July, so September rolls along. It's about time for people to start getting ballots, mailing in ballots. What do? Well, they decide to mess with it again, to play politics, to use people as pawns. They lowered the bar even further on October 21st, throwing away $500 billion in targeted relief. They all voted no in an attempt to tear our focus away from another round of funding for small businesses, support for schools, and more money for COVID-19 testing. Now, think about this. Time and again, they say, oh, we've got to have more PPP. We have to have more unemployment insurance. We have to have more money for vaccines. We have to have more money for testing. We have to have more money for getting schools open. But they vote no. They have turned their back on the American people repeatedly. They did it in July. They did it in September. They did it in October. They have turned their back. Think about what a plus-up of unemployment would have done for a family had they decided to vote yes and work with us in July. That would have been a lot of money if they had that plus-up every single week through August, September, October, November, December. Now, I mentioned the October 21st vote. One day earlier, on October 20th, Democrats had blocked Senate action to extend the PPP. That is all of our small businesses, and yes, indeed, they are hurting. We are hearing from them on the phone, through email. They are begging for relief. But the minority leader threw another possibility of compromise out the window by again insisting that Democrats would accept the full HEROES Act or nothing. Isn't that amazing? That's what small businesses have gotten, is nothing. Because my colleagues across the aisle have basically said, give us everything we want, or we'll just vote no. We'll just leave people suffering. So it's not Republicans that have voted no. Republicans have consistently tried to help people, and my friends across the aisle are consistently trying to help themselves and use people as pawns. At the beginning of this month, the minority leader took to the floor again. He rejected targeted relief again. And he demanded that Republicans come to the table. Well, we've been at the table. They're the ones that reject proposal after proposal, don't want to move forward on things where there is agreement, want to hold out. They have not been paying attention to what is going on outside the four walls of this chamber. And they continue to say, we have to have money to bail out cities and states. Only they call it aid to cities and states, but it's bailouts for these big blue cities and states that were having problems long before lockdowns came along. And they have really made an uncomfortable spot for themselves because of irresponsible spending policies. And I know that Tennesseans do not want to see their tax dollars going to bail out people who have chosen to waste their taxpayers' dollars. And I can't help but wonder how much longer the Democrats are going to allow industries and small businesses and individuals to twist in the wind because they feel like this is a great time to push their socialist agenda. Get us on that fast track. Oh, that's what they would like to do. And still, and you know, Mr. President, we had a hearing this week in Commerce Committee and had some of the venues in the live entertainment industry come before us. People that tend to these stages when the curtains go up, people that are working backstage. We heard from Michael Strickland out of Knoxville, whose company, Bandit Lights, they like these stages, help these shows look great. And you've got millions of people that are in these support industries. We heard from the motor coach industry. We have heard from some of these smaller venues. They are totally shut down. They were totally shut down when the country went into lockdowns. They were the first to be totally closed, and they're going to be the last to reopen. These are people joined by small business retailers and restaurants that can't open their doors, and small business manufacturers that have got to wait for the supply chain to kick back up so that they can reopen their production lines. And they are saying, we need the help. They're asking us, who is blocking it? Who is holding out? And we tell them repeatedly, they could have had relief in July, or they could have had it back in September, or a couple of times in October, or November, or earlier in December. And it is not Republicans that have blocked that relief. Time and again, the Democrats have blocked Republican proposals to send funding where it is needed most. They've rejected every single lifeline that we have tried to throw. I think it's become clear that the Democrats in Washington, D.C. never really saw getting assistance to the unemployed, getting help to small businesses as a priority. Instead, they looked at this, they saw a crisis, they said, well, this is an opportunity, let's not let this crisis go to waste. They have used it so that they can push their message, their agenda, do what the federal government says, or we will let you drown. So, they know that their bills weren't meant to act as help. Maybe they were meant to be a push for their leftist agenda. They know that the emergency financial provisions of the CARES Act were never meant to replace private markets or be used as a mechanism to bail out state and local governments. But you know what? They're going to push to try to make it so, to further a leftist agenda. Crisis management is no substitute for fiscal policy. So I would say to our friends on the left, these tactics have failed. It is time to stop using the American people as pawns. Read your mail, listen to the phones. People want targeted relief that will help them to get to recovery. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator for Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to address the ongoing debate over the content of a relief bill that I think we've made a lot of progress on, and I am hopeful that we can get finished. Many of our colleagues have been down here and have reminded all of us, quite rightly, of the terrible difficulties that many Americans are facing. We are not in a full-blown financial crisis anymore, but we're experiencing a lot of economic hardship. It tends to be concentrated in certain sectors and industries, and we have a full-blown healthcare crisis. So it's a very, very serious moment, and it demands a response. I am hoping we can get that done as soon as possible. And I want to discuss one of the terms that I have advocated for in this legislation. The terms I've advocated for have been mischaracterized, including by the Senate Minority Leader and others. And so I want to set the record straight on what this is all about and why I think this is so important. And to do that, I think it's worth remembering what brought us to this point. Back in March, when the coronavirus was first ripping across America and wreaking so much havoc, the response in many, many places was a complete economic shutdown, a complete prohibition against doing business, against going to work, against earning a livelihood. And I understand why that was done. That we were in a healthcare crisis, and that was the response that was believed to be most likely to prevent an overwhelming of our healthcare capabilities that would have been absolutely horrific. And so we had this economic disaster, and what we discovered in March was this shutdown brought us to the brink of a financial crisis as well. If you think about the financial markets where people are providing capital to businesses and municipalities and individuals, they only do that if there is some confidence that they know, at least generally speaking, what the future looks like. We'd never seen anything like the government shutting down our economy before. And so, not really shockingly, the financial markets were on the verge of completely freezing up, shutting down, and preventing even the most basic functioning of our economy. I mean, businesses we might well have gotten to the point where a business couldn't go to its bank and borrow the money it needs to make payroll on Friday. Or they couldn't issue the bond that they need to do to pay off another bond that's coming due, and so that would put them in default and force them into bankruptcy and require them to lay everyone off. I mean, the knock-on effects would have been devastating had our financial system completely frozen up. And, Mr. President, it was on the verge. Some would say it was actually in the process of freezing up. And so that's why the Treasury Secretary and the Federal Reserve Board governor came to Congress and said, look, we need some extraordinary, unprecedented new facilities that we can stand up very, very quickly, and we can use them to be a backstop, to restore confidence, and to enable private credit to start flowing again, so that this economic recession that we're certainly going to go through, back in March it was clear that was going to happen, but it was not clear that we had to suffer through a financial crisis that would create a depression. That was something we thought maybe we can avoid. So these facilities were set up, as I say, to restore the normal functioning of private lending and private capital markets. Not to replace those markets, not to pick winners and losers and decide, well, who gets credit and who doesn't, depending on whether we like their business. Not to subsidize, not to say, well, look, let's just give cut rate loans to the people we like to give them to. None of that was the intention. None of that was the purpose. The purpose was to ensure that credit-worthy borrowers could access credit through the normal channels. That was it. That was the purpose of what's widely described as the 13-3 lending facilities. There were several of these facilities. That was the intention for these facilities. And guess what? They worked. They worked amazingly well, remarkably well. Within days, certainly weeks, markets were again functioning, credit was flowing. As a matter of fact, within a matter of months, credit was flowing at an all-time record pace. Corporate bond issuance hit an all-time record high. Across the credit quality spectrum, municipal bond issues, all-time record high. Borrowers, businesses that wanted to keep their workers and continue to survive until we got past this COVID crisis, they were able to draw down lines of credit from their banks. It worked. The creation of these facilities gave the confidence to our financial markets that restored the normal functioning of those markets. It was really quite extraordinary. Now, that doesn't mean that the economy got perfect after that. Certainly not. The economy is not perfect today. But it meant that a recovery would be possible. We'd be able to function. We'd be able to begin to pick up the pieces of a closed economy. And sure enough, we've made tremendous progress. More than half of all the people who lost their jobs are back at work. So that's not anywhere near where we need to end up, but we're on the right track, in part because these facilities did exactly what they were designed to do. Now, what does my language in this bill does? What my language does is it puts an end to these three programs that did their job, they functioned, they restored the private credit markets, and so they don't need to continue. What are these three programs? There's a corporate bond credit facility, there's a Main Street lending program, and there's a municipal lending program. Actually, they were hardly used at all. So quickly did the normal private credit markets resume their normal functioning that very few borrowers took advantage of these. In fact, I'm pretty sure in the corporate market, I should say the corporate credit facility that was set up under these 13-3 facilities, I don't think anything was done at all. In the Main Street lending, it was very little. Municipal lending, there were 2 borrowers. That's it. These are the programs that were funded by the CARES Act, were set up at the time of the CARES Act for this narrow specific purpose, and now they've achieved their purpose. By the way, there's lots of other programs that have been set up over time, some were set up recently, that my legislation doesn't touch in any way, shape, form, or fashion. The commercial paper funding facility, unaffected. Money market fund liquidity provision, unaffected. The Paycheck Protection Program, primary dealer liquidity facility, untouched. All of them untouched. And quite contrary to what some have suggested, this is no big rewrite of the Fed's 13-3 lending facilities. Couldn't be further from that. What it is an acknowledgement that the 3 programs we created in March, and which, by the way, we put an expiration date on them in March. We said they end on December 31st. But now we have folks on the other side of the aisle who have a novel interpretation of the statute saying, oh, well, they don't really have to end. Or if they do end, we could bring them back to life. But we shouldn't even be having this conversation. But we are, because we've got this interpretation that we have to deal with. What my statute simply, what my language simply does is it follows the statute and calls for the end of this. How do we do this? There's 3 steps. One is we rescind the money that never got used because, as I said, the markets responded so quickly we never needed to use this money. And I think our Democratic colleagues agree on this provision. The legislation, my language that I'm trying to get in this package, reiterates that these CARES facilities end on December 31st, as Congress intended. I was in the room when we were writing this bill, and nobody thought that any of these programs are going to last beyond the end of the year. But, as I say, because of this novel legal interpretation, we need to reiterate in an unambiguous way that they end on December 31st, as Congress intended. And, finally, we ensure that they can't be simply restarted next year or sometime thereafter, or duplicated without congressional consent. Now, we have folks on the other side of the aisle who are raising all kinds of objections. They're very upset about this. And it's fair to ask, why would that be? Well, it certainly isn't because the credit markets are back in turmoil and they think we need to restore the flow of private credit. That would be ridiculous. The credit markets are functioning as well or better than they ever have. It's not even a close call. So it's not that. No, what it is something very different, Mr. Chairman, and that is the problem that some of my colleagues want to morph these facilities into a use that was never intended for them. They want to convert them away from this temporary emergency liquidity facilities designed to stabilize markets and restore the flow of credit, to convert it away from that, and instead to use them to implement fiscal policy and maybe social policy, and certainly to allocate credit based on their political preferences. What is one of the ways that our Democratic colleagues would like to do that? One, they want to bail out irresponsible states. Now look, I get that there are some states across the union that have suffered financially because of COVID. There's other states that haven't been harmed at all. In fact, they've got more revenue coming in this year than they had last year. It varies, and there's definitely a category of state and municipalities that have suffered a loss of revenue. And we can and should have an ongoing debate in this body about what to do about that, if anything. But that's our responsibility. If we are going to send money to states and municipalities, we should have a bill, appropriate the funds, and have a vote in Congress so that the American people can hold us accountable. See, that's what happens. We get held accountable. And so when an action like that is done through legislation, it's out in the open, it's transparent, it happens in the light of day, and the American people know who to hold accountable. That's not what our Democratic colleagues want to do. They want to force the Fed to do this for them. And how do we know that? Because they passed a bill called the HEROES Act, H.R. 6800, that instructs the Federal Reserve to use the municipal facility for exactly this purpose: super long-term, ultra-low-cost loans to municipalities, up to 10 years, at 1/4% interest rates. And states wouldn't even have to attest that they couldn't secure ordinary credit. They could just show up and get it. So the Fed wouldn't be playing its role, its traditional role, as the lender of last resort in a financial crisis. It'd be the lender of first resort to their preferred constituency. There's the Main Street lending facility. If they could replicate that, who knows what kind of conditions they would impose on low-interest loans there, whether it's climate or other policies that ought to be debated on this floor and ought to be determined through an accountable process. So, as I say, none of this is speculative. Our Democratic colleagues have talked about this. They passed a bill that actually does this. It's ironic that when we were developing the response to the crisis of March, of earlier this year, some of our colleagues described this $500 billion fund that was intended to capitalize these vehicles that would lend and restore liquidity. They call it a slush fund. One of many examples, Senator Warren, on March 30th of 2020, said, "The CARES Act created," and I quote, "a $500 billion slush fund that Trump administration could use to help its political friends and punish its political enemies, and I think that's a bad thing," end quote. Well, now there's a new administration, and now they want to keep the slush fund. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. So this is a very bad idea for many reasons, not the least of which is to put the Fed in this position of being pressured to make these giveaway transactions based on a political pressure would completely politicize the Fed. It'd be the end of independence of the Fed. And this is why this has never been the role of our central bank, the Fed. We've never asked the Fed to engage in fiscal policy or promote social policy or to allocate credit based on political standing. That's guaranteed to politicize the Fed and undermine Fed independence. Fiscal and social policy is the rightful realm of the people who are accountable to the American people, and that's us, that's Congress. I want to address another accusation that's completely false and totally unjustified, and that is that somehow this is an effort to hamstring the Biden administration and prevent them from doing what they want to do. Let me assure you, Mr. President and my colleagues, my efforts to ensure that this would be a temporary facility began when we began discussing the facility. It was in March that I was arguing, actually I argued that we should have this end as soon as the financial markets had restored their normal functioning and no later than September 30th. I didn't win the argument. We ended up settling on December 31st. But that's when I started pushing to have a finite period of time and a short period of time. There was nobody in the room who thought that this was supposed to go on indefinitely. And once we started working on another COVID-related bill, which started in the summertime, and I became aware of this alternative interpretation of the language, we put it in our bill, and we voted on that in September. So this language, or the substantively similar language, has been public for many, many months now. I also want to stress that we're not making permanent changes to laws, and Congress can always act again. The CARES Act already made these facilities temporary. They were supposed to end at the end of the year. And of course, no change in law is ever permanent. Any future Congress can change it. Back in March, when this crisis hit, the Fed and Treasury knew that they needed to come to Congress for the tools to solve it. They came to Congress, and we turned around in an extraordinarily rapid fashion these massive new facilities that had never been imagined before. We responded quickly. And if there's some kind of future event that calls for future set of facilities of this particular sort, they can come back to Congress. Mr. President, it's three facilities that were launched in conjunction with the CARES Act, funded by the CARES Act, and I'm saying they have achieved their purpose, they should come to an end, they should not be restarted, and a replica should not be created. That's all. Some have suggested that the chairman of the Federal Reserve has got some opinion on this. I would challenge anyone to find a statement in the public record that he has made in criticism of this. He's very well aware of what's going on. The last point I want to make, Mr. President. Some on the other side have suggested that our language is maybe too broad, and maybe it captures potential facilities that shouldn't be captured. If that is the sincere concern of my colleagues on the other side, I urge them, give me a call. It's very easy to track me down. If you've got an objection to the way we've worded this and you want a language that is narrower, I'm all ears. We could work this out. With that, I yield the floor.
All post-cloture time has expired. The question is on the Deeps nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, so Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner. What was that? Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Senema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Cornyn, Daines, Hyde-Smith, Kelly, Langford, Murkowski, Toomey, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Schatz, and Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Cardin, No. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Roberts, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. But I won't go past that. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Democratic ayes. Booker, Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Murphy, no.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 51, the nays are 36, and the nomination is confirmed. The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous.
Senator will suspend. The senator for Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute on the next vote in the nomination to the FCC IG.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The FCC is one of the most important independent agencies that we are counting on for the future of the information age. When you think about the fact that they regulate interstate commerce, the radio, television, wire, satellite, in all 50 states, it is imperative that we have someone who is the IG who understands these policies. I believe the next era of telecom is going to usher in 5G. I do think we're going to solve our rural IT problems. I do think we're going to connect schools. But if we have an IG who does not understand communication policy, has no experience in communication policy, never had a role in that, I say we won't accomplish the mission of oversight or the mission ultimately at the FCC. It is clear we don't all agree. It's clear we don't all agree. You got a nominee last week. I didn't spend all my time talking about why we opposed them. It was no debate. But when it comes to an IG, we have to get on the same page. We need an IG we can believe in. So I ask my colleagues to turn down this nomination and get us someone who has a depth of experience we all can believe in.
Mr. President,
The senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent to speak on this nomination for 1 minute.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chase Johnson is the nominee here. This is a cloture vote. He's a Marine. He's a Marine Reserve veteran. He's an accomplished attorney. He was reported from the Commerce Committee on a unanimous bipartisan vote. The distinguished ranking member who just spoke made the motion that Chase Johnson be reported. We are the victim this afternoon of some absences. We are also the victim this afternoon of some discussion.
President, we don't have regular order.
The Senate will be in order. The senator from Mississippi.
Some differences that have arisen over extraneous issues, and I would just urge my colleagues, both on and off the committee, to remember that this was a unanimous vote out of the committee. This is an outstanding candidate, and he deserves to be confirmed. And with that, I ask for a yes vote. And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Chase Johnson of Oklahoma to be Inspector General, Federal Communications Commission, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of John Chase Johnson of Oklahoma to be Inspector General, Federal Communications Commission shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Train myself.
That was to me for a while. That was on the Toomey issue. There's some conversation about narrowing the language. Yes, and basically the Democrats offered to take it back to COVID language. Is Toomey okay with that? I think he would like more. But it seems like a pretty reasonable pretty reasonable. Yeah. But the fact they're talking suggests that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that seems very accommodating.
It does.
I'm not negotiating, but I just, yeah. Okay.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Roberts, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Jones, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Udall, Warren, Whitehouse. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. All right, I'm just waiting. Tony? Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
Are there any other senators wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 39, the nays are 48. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I enter a motion to reconsider the vote.
The motion is entered.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that mandatory quorum call be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric J. Soskin of Virginia to be Inspector General, Department of Transportation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Eric J. Soskin of Virginia to be Inspector General, Department of Transportation, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Barrasso, Bozeman, Braun, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Daines, Gardner, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Kennedy, McConnell, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cardin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Young, Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Manchin, no.
I just mentioned.
Mr. Sass, Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Romney, Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Toomey, Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Udall, Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. No. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
Does any senator wish to vote or change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 39, the nays 48, and the motion is not agreed to. The majority leader.
We have order in the chamber.
Senate will be in order.
I enter a motion to reconsider the vote.
The motion is entered.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Beth Harwell of Tennessee to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Beth Harwell of Tennessee to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Just a moment. I got the leader. Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. I got you. Manchin. Capito. Reed. Blackburn. Mr. Bennett. Got you. I did. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Of course I do. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Thank you.
You got Lindsay and Tillis up there.
Yeah. Now, Graham, Braun, Tillis. Thank you.
What time of the golf?
Did you get around?
Yeah. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Thank you. Peters. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Thank you. I got you. Yeah, got you. Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts. Hi, thank you. Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Feinstein, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Jones, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lee, Manchin, McConnell, Moran, Murphy, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Schatz, Scott of Florida, Shelby, Sinema, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Warner, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, and Stabenow. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Are there any other senators in the chamber wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 61, the nays 25, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator, the clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Tennessee Valley Authority, Beth Harwell of Tennessee to be a member of the Board of Directors.
Just that.
We have order in the Senate, please.
Okay, Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized. Order in the Senate, please. Members will take their conversations off the floor. Senator for Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I first went to meet with then the Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald Trump. That was October of 2016. And I was really struck by his commitment. It's kind of an interesting meeting. It was in the Trump Tower, and they had 10 people. 10 of us were meeting, each one in one particular area of expertise, supposedly. We had people there on energy. We had one on health care. I was there for military, and I was very honored to be the one to advise him as to some of the issues.
Senators will please quiet their conversations.
And to talk about that, and the thing that surprised me, how his commitment at that time to listening, you got to keep in mind, here's a guy who's been a giant in the industry for many, many years, but he's never had anything to do with politics or government, really. And so it was a learning experience for him, and he was actually listening. That was not his reputation, but he was doing it. And I remember we had a lot of questions that we asked and comments we made, and our conversations that day started a very strong friendship that I had with the one to become President Trump. The president listened closely, asked good questions. Our conversations that day were a strong friendship where I've been honored to offer him friendship, advice, guidance in the area of the military, and I think it served him well. One good example of one of the areas where he was listening to me in against the advice of many of the people in his administration. It was on the issue of Legado. The president's advisors were trying to convince him to go ahead with the deal to sell off the GPS adjacent spectrum, that it was a good thing and so forth. And I talked to the president and made it very clear that allowing Legado deal to move ahead would jeopardize our nation's GPS system, impacting not just the military and the commercial aviation, farmers who rely on GPS to maintain fields, and so many more. And the results would be devastating, not to mention costly. And the president got it. And we worked together on that issue. And I remember telling him how that happened. The FCC, the Federal Communications, they were to issue and to give a spectrum to Legado at that time. We were in recess, and so I went to them and I said, don't do anything until we get out of recess so we can be in on this. There's a lot of objection to Legado. And so without listening to me, the FCC just went ahead and did it on a weekend, I might add. That's never happened before. They never did it on a weekend before, but they did in this case. And they gave the order to Legado. Now, the interesting part of this was this had to do with protecting our low-band spectrum from interference. It has nothing to do with the good work the administration has made the bands of spectra available to further our 5G development. That was all there. But that's how this happened. The largest group I've seen ever come together in the years I've been in the House and the Senate on one issue was this issue. And I'm talking about everyone. You had not just DOD and all the almost every bureaucracy, but the airlines, the Farm Bureau, and everybody else. They're all in on this thing. And the president made the comment. He said, you know, anytime you are dealing with a bureaucracy and they tell you that something has to be done, it has to be done on a weekend, it has to be done at night, then you know something's wrong with it. Well, they rushed into it before they had the opportunity to do it with everyone being present at the time, and that's what but that's just another example of the closeness that we were. Another example was Space Force. He wanted to do the Space Force, and I understand that. I was not initially all that concerned about it and supportive of it, but on the other hand, you have countries like China and Russia, our main opposition out there. They had their space forces, and I think it's really good that we consolidated all of our efforts that were really working well, but consolidating in that thing. And we did that, and we did that together, and that was one of the areas that we worked together. I remember another one was the area of Western Sahara. This is something I've been on the floor talking about now for the last couple of weeks, because Western Sahara we've had the same position with Western Sahara since 1966. That is, they were ejected from their land in that area of the world way back during the colonial days. In fact, that time it was the Spanish Sahara, and we were devoted at that time for a right of self-determination for the people of Western Sahara. I explained that to the president at that time. He didn't have a lot of interest. He didn't know where Western Sahara was. He didn't really have a lot of interest in that, but he did, and he became committed to the idea that we've had a policy for over 30 years in our country that we would recognize their right of self-determination. And so he went along with that, and we tried to convince him. This year's National Defense Authorization Act is someone had told him or had advised him wrongly, and I'm talking about maybe some of the people in the president's administration, that somehow the NDAA, now the NDA has now been passed by the House, it's been passed by the Senate, and it's going to be signed into law eventually. The president has talked about he may veto it, having something to do that it wasn't strong enough against China. And I want to get on record right now on the Senate floor and make sure everyone understands this is the toughest thing on China. Well, in fact, it's not just me saying it. The American Enterprise Institute, which is sometimes referred to as the conservative voice of government, they said that this bill, the NDAA of this year, the one that we just passed, is the toughest bill on China in 20 years. Now, here's why. The National Defense Strategy. Now, this is the book. We have to remember, this is something we need to adhere ourselves to. This was put together by 12 of the most knowledgeable people in America. 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats. They got together and this is providing for our defense for the future. It's a short book, but it's one that we have been living by, and they're very specific in their strategy as to where China is. And so last week, President Trump's director of national intelligence said this. This is a quote, Mr. President. "The People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to America today and the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II." That was what the director, and from everything I've seen and everything our military leaders have told me, Director Ratcliffe is just right, spot on this. He said, and this is another quote, he said, "Beijing intends to dominate the United States and the rest of the planet, economically, militarily, and technologically." And I believe that's true. And we've already seen evidence of this strategy. Within the last few years, China built its first military base outside of its own territory. This is kind of interesting because this is a major deviation what the China has been doing for decades. They've always initiated any kind of a military activity from their own city limits. It all starts in China. And this has been going on for a long period of time. And so this is a major deviation from that. This is a threat that China has and that they are against us, and China has changed. They had this major advance in Djibouti, and Djibouti that's the first time that they've started a military operation outside of China itself. So they did it from Djibouti. And I've been down there several times, and I've flown over the area that they have. Now China is not just in Djibouti, but it's all over the world, but down in that continent of Africa, they're as far south as the further extremes of China, all throughout in Tanzania, southern Tanzania. They're very active down there. This is something that's new. China is turning islands in the reefs in the South China Sea into military bases. It's another part of the world, and they've been doing this. You all know about this. It's been going on for a long period of time. In fact, they now are up to 7 islands. These are not legal islands in their possession, but they took them. They created them. They didn't take them. They created them. They made islands out there in the ocean. And if you go and look at what they proudly display on those islands, it's as if they're preparing for World War III. That's China. And a lot of our allies in that area are wondering, where is America while China is doing all these things? So we're very strongly attuned to this, and this is what is happening just today as we speak. And this is what we are addressing in the National Defense Authorization Act on China. In South America, China is working to secure a port access to the Panama Canal, El Salvador, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and all throughout that area. That's right next door to us, and they're giving the Chinese Communist Party an advantage right in our neighborhood. In all these cases, this is not just about military influence, but economic influence as well. Meanwhile, we're watching as China steals our intellectual property and uses it for their own gain. The perfect example of this is in hypersonic weapons. Hypersonic weapons, a lot of people are not familiar with that. That's state of the art. That's a new thing. And that's what we've been racing with against our 2 adversaries, both China and Russia. And guess what? China and Russia are both ahead of us in hypersonic. People have this idea that America has the very best of everything. Now, I have to say, I don't say this critically of the Obama administration, but during the last 5 years of the Obama administration, that would be between 2010 and 2015, he reduced the funding for the military by 25%. This was the Obama administration. I don't say it critically. He had different priorities than I have and other people have. And so at the same time, he was reducing ours by 25%. China had increased in that same period of time by 83%. And you just stop and think about that. That's what is happening right now. The threat they pose is real, it's urgent, and it needs a strong response. And that's what the NDAA bill does. It takes strong action to push China back, to limit their influence, to counter their malign behavior, and to balance their military aggression. Now, we know the best way to protect America's security and prosperity in Asia and to ensure that the Indo-Pacific remains free and open for all is to maintain a credible balance of military power. There again, this is what the NDAA does. It specifically singles out China in this effort. Now, until now, the ability to do this was at risk. Now with the NDAA, we are achieving the urgent change at significant scale that the NDS, again, going back to the NDS, what it requires, and we do so by establishing the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. Now we have, remember, the last NDAA we had a year ago was the European deterrence. This one we've shifted to the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, and that is China. And to dissuade China from its current trajectory of increasing aggression in the area, in that region, the PDI, that's the Pacific Deterrent Initiative, will enhance our forward posture in the Pacific and push the Pentagon to get our commanders in theater to get what they need. And that's what we are doing now. That's what the NDAA is doing, specifically against China. And it will help us put in the right capabilities and the right forces. And China understands that there's no quick and easy way to have victory against us because of the NDAA and the efforts that we're making as we speak right now. The Pacific Deterrent Initiative also deepens our cooperation with our allies and partners in that region, building up capabilities that we need to protect ourselves and our allies in that area, so that they know that we are with them. We're a team with them. The NDAA authorizes $2 billion this year for that Pacific Deterrent Initiative. But more than the investment, we also include the tools that will help us make better long-term strategic decisions about missions and priorities. We saw how well this worked in the European Deterrence Initiative. That was last year. Last year we were concentrating more on Russia. This year it's China. And so we saw how well it worked in the European initiative, and we can now track our efforts and do the same thing with China in the Pacific Deterrent Initiative. Now, with the PDI, we are sending a strong signal to the Chinese Communist Party, as well as our partners and allies, that the American people are committed to defending our interests and values in the Indo-Pacific. Now, that's China we're talking about. The Pacific Deterrent Initiative isn't the only way that we send this signal. Elsewhere in the bill, we take steps to strengthen our relationship with our critical allies and our partners in the region, including Taiwan and India and Vietnam and Japan. The bill requires the Department of Defense to assess how we can improve our operations to prevent China and other strategic competitors from seizing control of Taiwan and threatening the territorial integrity of other defense partners, our partners in that area. The NDAA also invests in equipment that will help us counter China and to attack submarines. This is equipment that we have in the NDAA, the attack submarines, the precision-guided munitions, many of those, I might add, come from our state of Oklahoma, the air and missile defense systems, electronic warfare equipment, counter-ship capabilities, and a lot more. All of that's in the NDAA. The reason I'm saying this right now is because I think someone has misled the president in thinking that we were not really as aggressive as we should be in China. And we are, and these are specific things we've never seen before. This is all against China. It invests in innovation that will help us build our capabilities we need to take care of China in the future. The artificial intelligence, hypersonic weapons, where they are still leading us right now as we speak. Quantum computing and direct energy and beyond. It's all in the NDAA bill that we have just passed through the House and through the Senate. So the NDAA takes these steps to support a forward posture and favorable balance of power, but we've also got to defend against the full spectrum of their malign behavior. Part of the problem with China is not just that they are modernizing equipment, it's that they are stealing our ideas, our technology, and then building on it. They're taking a shot at us and all this doing so illegally, but they're doing very effectively. That's what China does. To protect our intellectual property, the NDAA, this is the bill we're talking about, it creates the mechanisms to restrict employees or former employees of the defense industrial base from working for companies owned by or under the direction of China. Now, this is something that has not been done before. We wake up and we find out that some of our industries that we're depending on for our defense are very close to China. And so we are taking steps to stop that now. Further, we're requiring universities to, number one, share information on defense-funded research. Number two, disclose external funding for federal grant recipients. So those recipients of grants are not working with the Chinese. And limit, number three, limit funding for universities with the Confucius Institutes. The NDAA also directs the president to create a whole-of-government strategy to deter China's industrial espionage and large-scale theft of personal information. For the first time ever, we'll impose real costs on the PRC for this behavior. We know a big part of China's strategy is to fly under the radar. They don't want us to know what they're doing. So we established numerous provisions that will give us a better look at just what China is up to. All this in the NDAA. Right now, for instance, we don't have a great sense of exactly how much China is spending on their national defense. You know, they lie a lot. So we tasked the DOD and the Federal Fund Research and Development Center to conduct a full study of China's defense budget. Now, this is something we haven't done before. That's in the NDAA. We also established an ongoing assessment of China's industrial base, require a list of Chinese military companies operating in the United States to be publicly shared in the Federal Register, and mandate that recipients of federal contracts disclose the beneficial ownership. We need to know who those people are, and that's set up in the NDAA. Over the past few years, it's become clear that we are too reliant on China for everything from critical materials to complex manufactured items like parts of naval vessels, and even for medical supplies, as we saw just this year. The pandemic really slowed us and showed us what happened and how vulnerable we are. And we are. Everybody knows that. The NDAA protects and reforms our defense industrial base to mitigate these risks and to attract new performers to replace China. In other words, to get out of China any dependence that we have on China. It's all in the NDAA. And that's why the American Enterprise Institute, which has always been the conscience, declared that this is the toughest legislation on China in the last 20 years. Lastly, the NDAA takes steps to protect the U.S. bases overseas by requiring the Secretary of Defense to notify Congress of how host countries using 5G networks from companies like Huawei and ZTE, that they're mitigating the security risks from these networks before we base new major weapon systems there. The last two NDAAs set the ball in motion when it comes to countering China, and with this NDAA, I'm confident that we're finally achieving the irreversible momentum we need to effectively implement the national defense strategy against China. Now, there's no turning back now. With the NDAA, we are sending China an unmistakable signal that whether it's today or tomorrow, there will never be a good time for China to test America's military. I'll never forget that 4 years ago when we had that meeting in Trump Tower, and we had 10 of us in there, and we were talking about the military at that time. And that's when the president became convinced. And that's why I know that it's not the president, and not President Trump, who's saying this about the National Defense Authorization Act. It's advice that he's getting from advisors who just are not telling him the right thing. And Mr. President, I want you to know, we've got our foot on the throat of China with our NDAA, and we're not going to let it up. And if any of your advisors tell you any different than this, they're not serving America well. And that concludes, well, not quite. I had an experience yesterday. Today is a very special day. I tell everybody who cares, and not many people do, but I do. This is my wife's and my 61st wedding anniversary today, December 19th. And on the floor of the Senate yesterday, I talked a little bit about that. And I made the comment that I don't want to be here on my wedding anniversary implying that I was not going to be here to vote. These votes that we're having right now are among the most critical votes that we've had. And I assure you, I'm going to be here till the last vote is cast. With that, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 22, the post-cloture time with respect to the Harwell nomination expire at 6 p.m. today, and that the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominee. I further ask the cloture motion with respect to the Nolan ripen at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Finally, that if either nomination is confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President,
Senator from Alaska.
request the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question is on the Harwell nomination. Clerk will call the roll. No. Sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Thank you, sir. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Braun, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Durbin, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kelly, Kennedy, Langford, Leahy, Moran, Murkowski, Murray, Romney, Schatz, Scott of South Carolina, and Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Menendez, Rosen, Schumer, Shaheen, Stabenow, and Udall. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Jones, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass. Aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Young, Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.